Hello. In preparation for Tamriel Rebuilt's Poison Song release, where we'll be able to join House Indoril and join the Ordinators, we decided to get a head start and build ourselves a canon Nerevarine. And don't worry, this won't mess up the saves. You can't update Tamriel Rebuilt mid-save, but you can activate it mid-save. Will this preparation even be worth it? I don't know. But by the time this VOD goes up, I'll have my answer because I'll have played Poison Song content already on stream. There's a bit of a delay with these uploads. I was a bit busy with the Battlespire video. That took a minute. Anyway.
Hello. So Poison Song's probably coming out next week. Wait.
What the? Okay, there's something weird happening here. What is this audio? What the hell? What is this? Poison Song comes out next week. Possibly. That's what I've heard. It's coming out next week. And so we can actually see the content on that day instead of building up to it. And so we don't run into like a bunch of issues trying to do content at level 1. We're gonna build a character for it and take that character into that content. It shouldn't be a problem because I have Tamriel Rebuilt turned off right now. So we can build this character without affecting any Tamriel Rebuilt stuff, then turn Tamriel Rebuilt on with the update. And it should function. Should function well. So the plan was to probably do a Crusader class, because I think that'll be the one that has the most overlap with both House Indoril and the Ordinator factions that'll be added. What or the Guard class possibly. Did Tamriel Rebuilt, did they say what the faction attributes are going to be? Oh, here it is. I think this is it. House Indoril's attributes and skills align them with the Crusader playable class, which I also assume would be good for the Ordinator faction. Is it time for John Brown, or is that the next TR expansion? I don't know if Poison Song's doing anything with the twin lamps. If it is, that could be something else we do for a different time. Because we want to do the House Indoril and Ordinator stuff. I think being the canon Nerevarine could be fun for this. Right. I'm gonna guess. I'm guessing Tamriel Rebuilt's not gonna race lock joining House Indoril. Even if it is even if it might be authentic to the lore. Maybe. I mean, if you could be an Argonian Telvanni Archmage. Be a skeleton named Indoril Nerevar. Nah. No, we gotta be the canon Nerevarine. So I can put that silly lizard in the thumbnail again. I think it's one of my favorite thumbnails. Is the stupid lizard with the hat. Doesn't look like the Lantern of the Tainted Grail, Laughless Avalon Esquire. Yeah. Yeah, this is some old RPG. Came out a while ago. I hear it's a prequel to Skyrim. I know when we did the Beneath the Permafrost. I'm kind of doing a lot of spoonerisms lately. Accidentally. I might just... Maybe I'm dying. We're all dying, technically. Beneath the Permafrost, there was somebody named... They misspelled Brethren, I think. So the idea was like, oh, we could be Indoril Bretheran. But I don't want to do that name. The problem is since I have Tamriel data turned off, I don't have all the faces. I don't remember. Should we be a different canon Nerevarine or the same one? We'll be a different one. You can leave Tamriel data on without TR. Yeah, but I don't know. That might also cause issues with updating, so I don't want to do that. A different canon. Yeah. I don't know why the lighting on my camera changes during the stream. I don't have it set to auto anything. Or the color, like the warmth of it changes. I need to get new lighting. I need to figure, because I don't know, like, would I put it in front of me? Or would I put it behind me? Or would I do both? I need to do a whole lot of things in this room. I need to get more soundproofing, more sound adjustments, audio things. I noticed while I was editing my audio for the next video, there's been this like 150 hertz, not buzz, but like sometimes there would be peaks at around 150 something hertz. And I found out at about 7 feet, there's a standing wave at about 150 hertz. And this room is exactly 7 feet wide. So it's like, oh, great. So there's been a standing wave in this room. So I need to do more than just these shitty panels behind us. Let's be a horny Nerevar. Just resize the room and just stretch the room. Motorcycle's better again. Good. Is Poison Song the Sister of River song? Spoilers. The problem with the Crusader class is that it's all weapons. We can't wear the Ordinator helmet. Guard is a solid class, but isn't Guard also Morrowind classes? NPC classes. Ordinator, blunt, long blade, destruction, heavy armor, block, restoration, alchemy, medium armor, acrobatics, and hand-to-hand. Why so many weapons? Yeah. Bethesda doesn't know how to make classes in their games. Daggerfall's default classes kind of suck. Morrowind's default classes suck. Oblivion's default classes suck. When is Poison Song coming out? Nothing official yet, but I think the word on the street is next week. Yeah, we'll just go with the Crusader class. Are they universally bad for first timers though? I don't know. I mean, it is for Oblivion. Leveling in Oblivion is bad. I'm gonna take the warrior sign just for simplicity's sake. Armor-based class is a race that can't wear 2 armor slots is a bold move. Kind of guy I am. Speed will help with your lack of mobility skills. Oh yeah, because our class doesn't have athletics or acrobatics, does it? Nope. Yeah, Steed might be worthwhile. Let's just get the Boots of Blinding Speed. How's Oblivion leveling different from Morrowind? Oblivion, everything scales in Oblivion directly with your level. Meanwhile, in Morrowind, things scale only in the sense that some random spawns might be different based on your level, but those random spawns aren't going to be stronger because of your level. Like, so, at level 15, you might see a Golden Saint that might spawn instead of a Scamp in certain spots. But if you're level 15 or level 30 or level 100, that Golden Saint is going to be a Golden Saint. Period. It's not going to be a stronger Golden Saint. It's just going to be a Golden Saint. This isn't our... We still have 25 athletics as a minor, so that's not too bad. Because Argonian. Oh, I was gonna be like, what the hell is Charioteer? That's how frequently I take the Steed sign. What is Poison Song? Poison Song is the next update in Tamriel Rebuilt. That'll be adding the joinable House Indra. Oh, and it's perfect that we're in Argonian for Poison Song.
If there is anything I can do, I am promptly at your service.
Monk also works for Indra, but probably not Ordinator. What skills do we think the Ordinator will require? Did Skyrim improve on Oblivion in regards to leveling or level scaling? I think so. I think we should also do some of the Mages Guild quests just so we can get to the rank of Conjurer. So we can teleport more easily. Although they are changing some of the Siltstrider paths, I believe, in Poison Song. For instance, they're moving the Siltstrider from the most inconvenient side of Amasthir to a more convenient side.
Yes? This is a wondrous encounter. Welcome.
Would House Indra even let an Argonian join? I don't know. Probably not, but I feel like the Tamriel Rebuilt devs wouldn't design it that way. That wouldn't be fun,
like
yeah. What do we got? We got Blunt and Longblade. And Destruction. Surprised we didn't start with Hearthheal.
We make a special trip just for you.
Indra won't let anyone but Dunmer join. Well, Indra wasn't a Dunmer, so Indra Naravar wasn't a Dunmer. Although arguably now, House Indra is basically just the temple. But a little different. Like saying Jesus is Jewish. Well, he was.
Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
Some discussion that Indra would demand the player be married into the house, so that the spouse could keep you in check. That'd be interesting.
What do you want?
What if I should just use this sword?
What do you want?
Oh no, we can get the sword from the Vast Deferens mine. Going Canon Neverend, you gotta do the main quest? I don't know. I wonder if there would be any changes in the quest line. If we did.
Make it quick, Outlander.
Go ahead.
Supposed to add Hortator quest for the mainland houses. Yeah, I know they have that for... They have that for the Telvanni. It is so convenient that you only have to become the Hortator of people on Vardenfell. Oh. Wait, why are things weird? No one told me. There's like bars. Hold on, I gotta fix... Everything's messed up. Stupid other games making things complicated. Why are there little bars? Why is the window not just being 1920 by thing? There we go. God, the lantern of the laughless guy kind of screwed things up. Do I not separate captures and or scenes for different games? Well, yes and no. I have a scene that's just the game capture, and I change the game that's in that scene. But for whatever reason, my Morrowind window got sized weird. Things have occurred. Hortator Supportator is one of my favorite jokes you've done. So silly, because it's just like, oh, they sound the same, sort of. 905 by 509. The 1 by 1.
Yes.
Why were
You have something to say
I will
to
listen,
me?
Outlander.
non-wide screen? Why did they land on 4 by 3? Were there ever 1 by 1 resolutions? Looking directly at the webcam like I just walked into the room. My nuts, or is chat usually on a transparent background? What, the little black box? Yeah, it's been there. Been there for a minute. First one of the Oblivion. What else in Oblivion is Grimbus? Oh, Gwimtittles. I think that's what I called him.
Yes.
You want something?
He wants to be a dentist. Have we done Nerevarber played backwards? Yeah. Ravaren.
Can we hurry this along? So what do you want? Let's hear it.
My patience is...
What's this about?
Oop.
What do you want?
Can we hurry this along?
So what were we talking about with
Let's
the
hear it.
one-by-one displays? Somebody say something about rotoscopes?
Care to tell me what this is about?
I lost it.
You have
What build is
something
he doing?
to say to me?
We're gonna be a Crusader. Can actually wear the free Orcish armor in the Creeper Mansion. Oh, it's not a bad idea, but Bone Mold is cooler.
I'm waiting.
Like, objectively.
Go ahead.
Anytime you're ready.
What's the Poison Song thing? It is the upcoming update to Tamriel Rebuilt.
My patience is limited.
That adds, joinable House Indra. She doesn't like lizards. She likes lizard money. Kind of. She just doesn't trust me because she thinks I'm going to steal her stuff. You have restoration, so the old fortify mercantile scheme is on the table. Yeah, but I don't... Those... It's not fun to just cheese it that much. Photography was also 4x3 for a long time.
No, I don't think so.
None of you know the answer to how much wood a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. There's a I have a little shrub in the back, and like, you know, out that way, outside, which is where plants typically are. And I believe there's a groundhog that's living under it. And he today I just saw him out there, and he was prairie dogging. He was just like standing up, looking at things. Just thinking, like, what's going through your mind? It's just the hamster dance.
No, I don't think so.
They're very skittish and very fast. You wouldn't expect groundhogs to be as fast as they are, considering how thick they are. The mayor of the woods. Yeah, if there was a mayor of the woods, it would be a woodchuck, wouldn't it? They do give off mayor energy. Who sells hearth heal?
Or hit the road.
Maybe it's because of Puxatawny Phil. Maybe that's why we think they get to be mayor. Although that might just be a New England thing. The rest of the world might not have any idea what that is. Also, Puxatawny Phil should be named Pete.
Say what you want.
It just feels better.
Whatever you're looking for, I'm sure I don't know how to find it.
Puxa who? Puxatawny Phil. He's the groundhog that Uncle Sam, so a guy dressed up as Uncle Sam, harasses every February.
You talk too much, Outlander.
Oh, I was supposed to steal something from, oh, what's her name? What's her name? What? I gotta remember her name. Millie Hastian. There we go. New England is weird. Yeah. Be a good character for the Lockbash mod. Well, when I join the Ordinators, then I'll get that mod so I could bash people's doors in. Because, like, freeze, I'm a cop. Just get the little battering ram.
Speak, traveler.
I suppose it is my duty to help those less fortunate than myself.
Good hunting.
And then I shoot their dog.
Yes.
Battering ram, do you mean sunder? Yeah.
You have something to
SWAT
say?
team brings a shepherd. Oh, I could see that. It's just a one-panel comic. It's just a police chief yelling at another cop, being like, "No, I said a battering ram," and it's just a guy. It's just a shepherd with him.
My
That's not what I meant.
patience is limited.
And he's got a ram. A male sheep in a baseball uniform. Is a ram just a male sheep? I thought a ram was a different animal. What else do...
So what's this regarding?
Let's... We need a healing spell. Rams are male sheep? Oh.
Speak quickly.
I thought a ram was its own animal. Banana's soothing balm. Oh, Banana's antidote. That'll be useful for an Argonian.
Can we hurry this along?
Do I have block? I do.
Speak
Let's go to the mine. I yearn for it. Are there bone mold weapons? No. Only a longbow. Yeah. That rams are a different animal because different breeds of sheep look very different.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared
My
a place
God.
for you.
Thank you, Mr. Unlucky. A goat is a different animal, though. What's a female goat called? What's a male goat called? Is it a billy? Or is a billy goat a different, its own animal? Or is a billy goat just a male goat? Billy and Nanny? Who named these things? The Dragonbone Cures count as bone mold? I don't know, but that's heavy armor. And it doesn't look as cool.
Quickly, Outlander. I haven't much time.
Why do you think they're called groundhogs? I've seen groundhogs climb trees. Also, groundhog implies that like a normal hog isn't typically grounded. Arguably, a hog is the most ground animal in multiple ways. They're ground bound and ground. They dig deeper. I don't know. Hogs are pretty. They like to dig. Maybe what you saw was a tree hog. Well, a tree squirrel is, or a ground hog is just a ground squirrel. So it was a tree ground squirrel. So a squirrel.
Why walk when you can ride?
You ever seen a raccoon climb up a tree? They go up the trees like they're just walking vertically. Like they don't climb. They just walk. Like there's no extra effort. They ever solve the mouse problem? I don't know.
Speak, traveler.
I don't know. I think so. I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any traces of them in the living areas. But I think there might still be some in the basement. So I'm reclaiming territory from them. Temple. I've never seen a raccoon, never mind one on a tree. They're very cute.
Watch yourself. We'll have no trouble.
What a fool you are.
The last place I was at, there was a, we had a, the sliding glass door going to the back. And Gweeds would like to, he would look out the back door because, cats like windows. And sometimes at night there'd be critters out back, possums, whatever. One time there was a raccoon, and it walked up to the window. I turned the light on, and it saw me, and it sort of stood up. I guess raccoons, when they get scared, they sort of stand up to look bigger. But it kind of like lifted its paws, like, whoa, 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 wait, dude. Like, hold on. And then Gweed saw it, and he smacked the glass really hard, and it scared away the raccoon. And then it climbed up a tree, and then it was just in the crook of a branch of a tree, just staring out. Just all, like, what's happening? What did I do? I'm sorry. It's waiting for me to turn the light off. They're sweet little guys.
We're watching you.
That raccoon probably would have eaten Gweeds. I don't know.
Quick outlander.
Gweeds he's a feisty little guy.
Speak, traveler. Not now, outlander. Head on.
Gweeds is also pretty big. He's 13 pounds. So he's not like an itty bitty cat. When I had the vet come by just to do a little checkup on him, normally what the vet had said was, so the first time they came out, he wasn't having it, so they gave me gabapentin to give him, and then he was pretty mellow afterwards. But the first time, she had scruffed him to keep him from... She wasn't holding him by a scruff, but just like had him scruffed to keep him like subdued.
Outlander. I haven't much time.
Then when she let him go, he squared up on her and was like he wasn't running away. A lot of cats would run away, but he was like, "No, you came to me. You fight. Come on, let's go." He reminds me of. Have you ever seen like, I don't know, videos or just not even videos, just like that the archetype of the really tough 90-year-old war vet? That's what it reminds me of. Alright, what do I get for a long blade? What does he give me? Katana. Nice.
I don't have a lot of patience for questions, Outlander.
Frail enough to trip and have them shatter into pieces? Yeah. But like, he'll kick your ass before he does.
We're watching you. Scum.
An aunt that thought a possum was a huge rat hanging from a tree. I still stand by the hypothesis that the only reason why we don't like rats and mice, it's the tails.
If you're here.
Because you could say like, oh, it's because rats and mice carry disease. But possums, to my knowledge, don't really carry disease. No more disease than any other animal would. And everybody hates them. Or a lot of people hate them because like, ew, gross. Because it's got the gross rat tail. But squirrels... cute fluffy tails. Everyone loves squirrels.
Well, listen, Outlander, but make it quick.
Could also be because they usually never get inside. Typically wouldn't have possums or squirrels in your home. But, Although I feel like getting squirrels out of your home would be, well, maybe not. Probably be easier. Just call someone. Like once you get them out, then they'll be out. They're not going to breed like rabbits.
Why walk when you can ride?
All right, so we got a weapon. Still need a healing spell. Aren't possums one of the classic rabies carriers? No, they're actually, their body temperature their body temperature is largely inhospitable to rabies. I think they're either too warm or too cool. I guess it's not impossible for them to have it, but typically they don't. Raccoons and bats. I think raccoons, bats, and dogs are the primary vectors for rabies that humans get from. You know what I mean? What about opossum? An opossum is just an American possum. Possum without the O is the Australian one, but everybody just says possum. Go to Satanin to get Hearthail. Is that where we can get it? From Arrow? I almost never buy it because usually if I'm going to rely on restoration, I'd have it as a major. And I'd just start with it. What about an A possum?
Why walk when you
B
can
possum, C possum.
Where would you like to go?
Possums also have 13 nipples, arranged like a clock. Not a joke.
Please, feel free. Talk at your leisure.
Fireball. Yeah, that'd be useful for finding Dunmer. Virginia opossums, the only native marsupial in North America. I don't know if they're the only one, but I know they are a marsupial. Isn't it the case that all the native mammals in Australia are marsupials? All the non-marsupial mammals in Australia were brought there by people.
My time is precious, so make it.
Brought by man.
Where would you like to go?
Octopus are probably smarter than humans. Well, how many octopuses have been on the moon?
We make a
Yeah,
special
should we get
trip
bone
just
mold?
for you. Same low price. Why walk when you can ride?
Hearthail's cast chance makes it a very poor starter spell. It's because our restoration is only 15. It'll get up there. Don't you worry. Dead Redoran guards at the stronghold. Which stronghold? Is it Barandus?
Ah, hello. Ah, hello.
Hello.
Do you want something?
Oh, wait a minute. I almost,
I really don't this, so
Almost forgot.
You want something?
Join the Fighters Guild.
I really don't have time for this. So
Here we go.
This better be important.
Indral hates the Fighters Guild. Well, we're not gonna. We just joined them for the hat.
Where would you like to go?
We probably wouldn't ever
Where
see
would you like to go?
highly advanced aquatic life. Like technologically advanced, because chemistry can't be easy to do in the water. We sent next Friday to troll JBN. I've been hearing the 23rd, but I don't know. It'd be weird to release it on a Sunday. But maybe. Multiple marsupials native to North America, but they're all different species of opossum. I wonder why Australia doesn't have any native placental mammals. Oh, I was confused. I was like, oh, we leveled up twice? What? Thanks for the stream. Fen. I should change the raid zone. Andesreth. So that's souther than Barandus. Andesreth sounds like a type of flower. Like baby's breath.
you will suffer greatly.
Oh. Witches. So it might be worthwhile to buy like restoration training and get like a restore fatigue spell.
There is no escape. You will die.
Wish they made these witches look witchier. I don't know if they're witches. I think they're just Ashlanders. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I wonder why Australia doesn't only has the only native mammals to Australia are marsupials. I mean, obviously it's probably, you know, because whenever the island of Australia split off from the rest of the world, maybe there were no native non-marsupials that made it. That just seems... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are native ones. I mean, I guess it depends what you mean by native, because I think, like, the first humans in Australia showed up, like, what, 50,000 years ago? And I think they eventually brought dogs with them. They have fruit bats? Yeah, so I think so I probably am wrong. Or is it... There's something about marsupials in Australia that maybe it's monotremes. Maybe Australia is the only place with monotremes. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. A lot of extinct rat species in Australia. Well, yeah, but they're extinct. A lot of marsupials filling ecological niches in Australia that are filled by mammals in other places. Well, I mean, marsupials are mammals. Is Poison Song out? No, not yet. What are the monotremes? You got platypuses, echidnas. Is that it? I think there's only 5 species of monotremes in the world that we know of. And I think they're all in Australia. They're the mammals that lay eggs. Forget about the marine semi-aquatic mammals native to Australia. Yeah. I wonder what I'm thinking of then. There's something weird about mammals in Australia that's like unique to Australia. And I thought it was something to do with marsupials. Certainly there are more marsupials, like, per animal in Australia than anywhere else. I mean, that's probably the case. That wouldn't surprise me at the very least. There are more Panda Expresses than actual pandas. There are more Pandaren in World of Warcraft than actual pandas. And that was the case like 15 years ago. Australian possums belong to a different order. Yeah, I think the American possum and the Australian possum, they have a similar name, but they're actually very different animals. Even though they're both marsupials. The Pandaren were a mistake? No. Is it native mammals to Australia? Native placental mammals. Bats, rodents, and marine animals. Flying foxes, microbats, hopping mice, water rats, pebble mound mice. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of maybe one of Sydney tunnel web spider. I think There's something... Yeah. Okay, so it was the Sydney funnelweb spider's venom that is specifically potent against primates, but there are no native primates in Australia. I think that's what I was getting confused with. Like there was a weird like non-native thing that evolved to stuff. It's something weird.
There is no escape.
Yeah, so the Sydney funnelweb spider is very venomous to primates, even though
Your life's end is approaching.
there are no primates in Australia except for humans, and I guess zoo animals.
This is the end of you, Swift.
This fight is over.
Get some poison spells too. I do have one. I keep
Welcome,
forgetting.
Lunar
Yeah, I have
Star.
magic.
I have prepared a place for you.
Best of
Thank
luck.
you. Thank you, Contra Keaton. Can Bigfoot teleport? Oh yeah, could be Bigfoot. And whenever he teleports, he gets really blurry.
You will die. Die, Fetcher! Die, Fetcher!
The fuck? Kind of like Lantern of the Laughless Saint. It's early access. Still needs work. But I could see potential. Why was that one so much easier? Chat controlled Morrowind run. Donate or sub or something to modify the run. One of the potential rules chat can add. Ban Colovian Furhelm. I don't know how I would set that up.
You in.
Oof. Waiting on the day for a dedicated fan to get a fur helm made for JBN. Yeah, but it can't be real fur, because... I don't want that. No, the armor's right back there. No, I could see it. If you brush Gweeds enough, you can make a fur helm. Giving him that when when I had to give him the gabapentin for the vet visit, I was able to take advantage of his him being zooted. I was able to trim his nails and break up all the little knots on his belly. And he's so nice and smooth now. Well, I mean, he's still furry, but like his fur is smooth. I must seek weeds. I think he's downstairs somewhere. There's one spot that gets a lot of sunlight, and he just sort of follows the little patch of light through the day as it moves. Unfortunately, they all have dumb helms. They got the God Jewel in. Oh, we can't wear the helms anyway. These shoulders are fine, though. Like how eating makes you lose weight. Yeah. I see you. Look how much more resilient we are now. Not sure how I feel about this shield though. If my dog were a plant, he'd be a dandelion. Common bred, a nuisance to many, but I love them so much. And they taste good.
You will suffer greatly.
I've never had dandelion greens. I should try them, if only for the fact that dandelions are probably the easiest food to grow, because they just do it on their own. Like, if you just leave a pot of dirt out, you'll eventually just get dandelions. The one problem, though, is that other animals... Oh, God damn it. Other animals feel the same way, so they'll eat them on you. You ever see a rabbit eat dandelions? They sort of slurp them up like spaghetti. It's really cute. They'll bite them from the bottom, and then and eat them until the flour, and then they just the whole flour. True for most things you would grow to eat. Fair point. I feel like mammals are less inclined to eat hot peppers. If you run with Engard, you can use a two-handed sword without block, feeling like a wasted skill. What if we could turn Engard on? Because I never tried in guard with the shield. Adamantium is the best medium armor, if you don't mind going without a shield. But Bone Mold is the coolest medium armor. Poison Song out? No, I think it's coming next week. Capsaicin is developed specifically to deter mammals. Yeah. Well, except for the ones that discovered agriculture. The agriculture mammals are quite fond of it.
Speak quickly.
Guard seems to be more consistent now. I might have to update it.
I will listen, Outlander, but make it quick.
Let's see, when was the last time I downloaded it? Oh, it was updated 4 days ago. Yeah, let's see. The one where enemies surrender? No, that's the mercy one, and guard is the one that just lets you parry. The platypus. Oh, that could be a fun bit. You go to Dagoth Ur and he's just like, Nerevar, and then you put on the Clovian fur hat and he's like, oh, canon Nerevar. Something stupid like that. Had a dog that had to have sauerkraut when I opened the jar. Guiz likes beans.
Play Outlander. I haven't much time.
He drives me nuts if so I can open a can with a can opener and he'll be alert, but he won't be like, oh. But like once he smells that it's peas, he goes crazy. Oh, I didn't turn on guard on. Cheese is bad for dogs, but they love it. Cheese is probably bad for a lot of people too, but if you're lactose intolerant, it's not good for you, but you're probably still gonna eat it. Nerevar the Argonian. Yeah, with the hat. I know you're not supposed to give cats onions.
I will listen, Outlander.
Apparently onions are toxic to cats. Grapes are bad for dogs. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird how... Well, I'm sure whatever's toxic in grapes to dogs is also toxic to humans. It's just not as toxic. Dogs love chocolate. Yeah, I mean, I think theobromine is also toxic to humans. Just we have a more... or it just takes more to harm us. Dose makes the poison. Yeah. Things in the allium family are bad for most things that aren't us. It's so interesting. It's probably because humans probably evolved eating a lot of like just random roots. just scrounging at like little truffle pigs, just like finding roots and just eating like these gross fibrous roots and onions and stuff. Raw potatoes. And then we figured out how to cook and we took over. Although I think we were cooking for like 2 million years. We were cooking before we were humans, so. Although I guess we're Homo erectus and habilis humans. I guess yeah, Homo, so they were humans. You know what I mean, though. We were cooking before we were us. Alright, so we got shield, we got weapon, we got armor. Now we want to get some money. Do we want to get the bitter cup as well? Maybe not. I don't know what stats we're going to need, so we will avoid that. We'll avoid chunking any of our attributes for now. We can get money and we can buy some training. Which of our ancestors actually started cooking? I think it was the one... It was like 2 million years ago, I think. Whichever one that was. I think it was Habilis. Or Habilis, however you say it. Brian? Yeah.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
Brian. Oh, Brian. Can you imagine there was a period in time when humans were eating raw potatoes? Or actually, no, we wouldn't be. Raw yams. Enjoy Tana Grill? Yeah. Some people still eat raw taters. Taters. Raw taters. Yeah, it's weird. They're gross. You ever seen a video of potatoes being harvested? I saw one recently, and for some reason, I didn't expect them to be as dirty as they were. But, like, in retrospect, like, of course they were. Like, what? Of course they're disgusting. Are you kidding me? But they looked like they were made out of clay. Potatoes don't taste bad raw? Yeah, they do. All tubers are dirty. Hey, I took a shower this year. I don't know how people eat, like, well, I can understand unpeeled potatoes. Like, baked potatoes are such a risky thing for me because I've peeled and sliced up enough potatoes to know that, like, a good 10% of them have gross on the inside. Like, they're all, like, rotten and, or, like, they have, like a gross, like, fungus inside them. So then, like, you cook it, and, like, you bake it, and then you cut it open, like, and how would you know? Like, so I gotta peel them, and I can't eat a whole potato. I gotta peel them and cut them up. I don't know how people do it. Like, if somebody else prepared the potatoes with the skin on, right? Like, say they made French fries with the skin on, and then I had the French fries, those I'd eat them, but if I were preparing them, I couldn't not peel them because I could see the skin and all the blemishes upon it. I've never seen a potato like that, dude. You've never seen potatoes with, like, just gross, like, spots on the inside of them? Or, like, dark patches and shit like that? Or, like, just yuck? Every single potato you've had was flawless. Because that's the thing, that, like, I don't know, like, does baking make them not have that anymore? Like, if there's a gross inside the potato, does baking it remove the gross? Visually? But it's still there spiritually? I don't want a sinful potato. They're easily discernible if you wash the potatoes beforehand. Yeah, but they all come in a bag. I'm not going to spend an extra 50 cents a pound just to have loose potatoes. If that. Sometimes it's like double the price. Living in a rural area with tons of farms saves me from yucky taters. I don't even think it's an issue of them spoiling. I think it's just the way they grow sometimes. Wash your own potatoes, you can see the ones with the bad stuff. Not if it's inside the potato. Sometimes you can't know until you cut the potato open. The next time I find a potato that has yuck on the inside, I'll post it to the Discord. I think you've had a unique experience with potatoes. I think I might just eat a lot of potatoes. Life has risks. We have an immune system for a reason. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I want to eat gross. Like, oh, life has risks. Eat the fluffy bread. Like, no, I don't want the fluffy bread. I want the bread without fluff. More of a rice enjoyer than potatoes. Rice is really good. I would, if I could only choose between rice, potatoes, and bread, I would choose rice. It's just more versatile. And you can make bread out of rice. It might not be good bread, but you can make bread out of it. Could grab some artifacts for some money. More artifacts, hooray!
Why walk when you can run?
Pasta's wheat-based. Does that count? Yeah, I'm saying it, like, if I had to wheat, rice, or potatoes, I'd pick rice.
Where would you like to go?
Carbs are just the gateway drug to getting fat. No, eating more than you need is the gateway drug to getting fat. I would know. You like couscous? I don't dislike it, but it's not on the top of my list. I'd say sugary drinks at the Gateway. Yeah, they certainly... It's very easy to overconsume when you're drinking your calories. That's definitely true. Where am I trying to go? What are the easiest museum artifacts to grab that are worth a bit? Skull Crusher. Well, Skull Crusher might just be nice to use. The Ice Blade of the Monarch. Fang of Hanik Tanamet. Aladdin's Ward. Aladdin's Ward might just be good to use. Prizamir. There are a few dungeons like west of Sadrith Mora that are pretty that have a lot of artifacts in them. Mask and Instagmars, Finisters. Well, the mask isn't donatable without that mod. Why are they called boomer shooters? Why is Doom called a boomer shooter? If boomers hated Doom. I think it's called a boomer shooter in the way that, like, Morrow boomers are called Morrow boomers. Like, they're not boomers, but it's just like, old thing.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
The Utes today say unk instead of boomer.
Where would you like to go? We make a special
Unkwind.
trip just for you. Same low price.
It's just farts.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
Why walk when you can ride?
The youth sound really dumb. No, it's not the youth, it's the Utes. They were Ute. Where do we draw the line? Is the Dark Ages a boomer shooter?
I haven't much time.
Probably. Because it's not... A boomer shooter isn't... It is the term was instantiated by old shooters of back in the day, but the genre itself is its own specific thing that can exist irrespective of time.
Speak, traveler.
Stop raining. What does the mod do in guard? What do I look out for? It just lets you parry attacks and block. Active blocks. Boomer shooters also include arena shooters, which are not Doom-like at all. What is an arena shooter? What's an example of an arena shooter? Quake? Would Quake not be a boomer shooter? Or is it an arena shooter is just... Yeah, what... Is it just there's less exploration in an arena shooter? And it's more just in one area? Perhaps an arena of sorts? So is arena an arena shooter? If you use archery in arena, is that an arena shooter? Arena with archery is a boomer shooter. Battlespire with archery is a boomer shooter because you can glitch the game, and if you could shoot arrows while you're paused and then just blast everything. So you basically arena or Battlespire has a BFG. Basically, arena shooter is a multiplayer thing. That's what I was thinking, but I don't know. The definitions for genres of video games are very malleable. They're objectively malleable unless you talk to people who know the definition, and they're like, no, it's specific. But there's 10 people who would say that, but they'll give you 11 different definitions. I phrased that weird. You know what I mean. Action adventure is a perfectly descriptive genre. Probably more descriptive than ImSim. Dragonbone Curious is easy for an Argonian to get. Oh, yeah, you're right. Brought up with the whole breathing underwater thing. Need a different shield, though. It was obnoxious. MMORPG is a bit vague, too. What I hate is when you are discussing an MMO and you want stuff to be, soloable in an MMO. And then people say, oh, it's an MMO, it's supposed to be multiplayer for a reason, and they don't realize that that's not a good argument. Damn it. Because multiplayer doesn't mean cooperative multiplayer. It just means multiple people playing.
I should have killed you sooner.
Why does there have to be group content in an MMO? I'm annoyed that the CNC RPG doesn't stand for Chinese. Oh, yeah, because the J&J RPG stands for Japanese.
So what do you...
Freeze, you're under arrest. Nope, I'm under arrest. Can you beat Morrowind as Robocop?
I haven't much time, so be quick about this.
There we go. Made a post discussing world bosses in ESO and how a good chunk of them need to be looked at because of challenge difficulty. Thank you, Mental Shatter. Had people jump on me for wanting to solo them, even though my post had zero mention of solo play. I don't see what the problem with that necessarily would be. Like the biggest problem I have with group content is that not only are you relying on other people to enjoy content, but you also have to be reliable yourself. Which means you can't just be like, you know what, I want to play a game for 15 minutes. Let's go do something. No, if there's group content, then you got to spend half of that 15 minutes just trying to find a group at best. And then you're committed. You can't just up and leave if you get bored or something, because otherwise you're an asshole. And sometimes you just want to play a game for a short amount of time. Just jump in, jump out. That's why I think roguelikes are so popular now. Because they're games that you could play for 20 minutes and be done. Damn it. I was gonna dodge that, but then the scamp hit me. Also, aren't some of the most popular builds in ESO the solo builds? They'll let you solo bosses and dungeons on your own. I hate that hurt of sound. It's the worst part about playing as an Argonian. Dude. Man, I should have took the warrior side. So the Warlock gained traction in WoW a year or two ago. Really? I haven't played WoW in a minute. Oh, the steed, you wouldn't be able to run away. I don't have to run away because they'd be dead. Oops. God damn it, why does everybody have bone walkers being all smart? Oops. Okay, so poison touch sucks. No.
This fight is over.
Bastard. Underwater sound. Yeah, I think OpenMW 5.1 changed how underwater sound effects work. It like amplifies ambient sounds, and caves have a lot of ambient sounds, so it just makes it weird. Now we fight.
I have you.
Stop hissing. Oh, she actually used Chrysamere to heal. These have had a bunch of other world bosses that I think just stack mechanics or dumb attacks instead of having truly engaging fights. Chrysamere is quite good. It is, but I need to sell it. I'm too heavy. Good time to use the weapon ranging mod. Weapon ranging. Eh. I'll deal with Marwyn goofiness. Yes, I do think spears and greatswords should have the exact same length. Thank you. Ooh, wind form. We haven't even been attacked by the Dark Brotherhood yet, surprisingly. Level 3? No, they could show up at any time. I think the chances of them showing up increases if they haven't showed up yet, as you level up. But you don't have to. I think. Before I took fall damage.
What Outlander? Why do you disturb me?
Just wait out in the wilderness. Should I live in Margon or Molag Mar? I'd rather live in Molag Mar because then I'm near water and I could drown myself. I see new players use the armor. Its rating is 80, ruins progression for them to that point. Eh.
Die, Fetcher.
It's only good if you have light armor as a skill. Like, our light armor is 5, so if we put it on, we lose armor by wearing it. You don't need water to leave the world that way. You can cook up a spell and nuke yourself. Well, I'm assuming this is me in the world, and I'm probably not magical. I'm probably not magically inclined. Like, I'm pretty sure if I lived in a fantasy world, I'd be a farmer who gets killed by goblins. Serrano Pelagiad. Probably Pelagiad, just because it's a little more green. I don't know how to farm, so I definitely wouldn't be. I'm also assuming that I, like, exist in this world, so I'd be a subsistence farmer, like most people.
What now?
What's this about? Yes?
Try to be a bard. My music skill actually translates to a fantasy world. Yeah,
Yes?
I don't know how to play music. I mean, I used to,
Yes.
kind of. Like, I played viola for a few years in high school, and I noodled around with a piano a little while ago, but pianos aren't really the pianos I wouldn't consider a bard instrument. The traveling pianist. He's just yoked out of his mind. You could be a jester.
The prey approach.
But I don't like performing.
I could eat a baby's arse through a sewer
So,
grate.
you want some?
Traveling organist.
Welcome to the Mournhold Museum of Artifacts.
You know, like performing, but lots of people watch your videos and streams. Yeah, but that's not... This doesn't feel like a performance. I mean, streams is just like, hey guys, what's up? Meanwhile, videos... There's like no interaction. You always struck me as a trombone player. I don't think I've never seen a trombone.
Good for the Empire, good for all.
You're putting on an act now? Not really.
Justice never sleeps.
Oh, we should have gone back to Albert and sold him the Sword of White Whoa.
Good for the Empire.
Just
I didn't know the trombone was that offensive. How dare you? The trombone... I don't get the trombone. Because, like, how do you know where to put... where to put it?
Don't stand about.
Just vibes?
You're on your honor. Don't
justice
press your
never
luck.
sleeps.
The same way you know how to finger a violin. I guess, but the neck of the violin never changes shape. So your finger positioning is always, you know, roughly the same. It gets more complicated the further up you go on it. Because the notes believe the further up the neck you go, the difference between the notes is smaller. So it gets a little more precise. You have to be more precise with it.
What do you want?
The string changes length because you shorten it by stopping it. Well, yeah, but like specific finger positions. I remember for the viola, these are like the resting finger position was like this, and so like on the D string it would be like E, F sharp, G, A, and then the next string was the A string. So you could do A with 4 fingers on the D string or open A, and 4 fingers on the D string sounds a little different than open A. Even though it's the same note, it has like a different timbre. I guess that's the word. Timbre. Different tambourine, different tangerine, different tangelo. Was it F sharp? Yeah, and F would have been right next to the E. You have F sharp, F. Nectarine reborn. Canon nectarine. Timber. Yeah, that doesn't help. It's a lot of music words aren't English, so no one knows how to pronounce them.
What's this about?
Open string sounds brighter, and you also can't add vibrato. One on the E string sounds warmer and fatter. I'm trying to remember, on a viola, I think the viola has the same strings as a cello. It doesn't have an E string. It was C, G, D, no. Oh, what were the strings? G, D, A. I think it was C, G, D, A. Yeah. So yeah, C, D, E, F, G, G, A, B, C, D, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D. Yeah.
What do you want?
It is kind of funny, because even after all these years, if I heard the CGDA sequence being plucked in tune, like I would know, like, is it in tune or not? Because it wouldn't sound, I wouldn't be able to tell you how out of tune it was, but I'd be like, that doesn't sound right. Because it just gets kind of locked into your brain, and it just sticks there, and it never leaves. Because humans and sound are weird. You listen to it a lot when you're tuning. Like it's something. I think it's the difference between like absolute pitch and relative pitch. Like it's easier to recognize appropriate sounds relatively rather than absolutely. Unless you have perfect pitch.
Need custom
Say
armor.
your business.
I'm the one you want.
This guy has adamantium, doesn't he? No, he has adamantium weapons. Temperament also. I don't know what that is. I only played viola for a couple years. I also know if you play 2 strings at the same time, if they're out of tune, they sound different than if they're in tune. There's like a harmony when you play them together, if they're in tune correctly. Well, I guess they could both be out of tune by the same amount, and they would still sound harmonious. Right? Equal temperament is when you divide the octave into 12 equal notes. Like on a piano.
So, you want something?
Historically, distance wasn't the same between every note. Well, when I say distance, I mean
Fresh
like
game.
if you have it tuned correctly, or if you shift them so the two shifts still have them set as the same distance between each other in the circle of fifths, then it would probably still sound harmonious. Tuning the viola was always so scary, though. Especially the A string. Because the second year I was playing it, I had my own viola, and it didn't have the fine tuners. So I can only tune with the neck. And it's just, it's just tightening the thing. It's because if it snaps, it's going to, I hated it. It never did. It never did snap. But it was always my fear. Haven't lived until you've had to pull a guitar string out of your hand. The one thing I liked about playing piano, sort of like teaching myself piano, it was a digital piano, so I could put headphones in, and no one would have to hear it. It's the problem with acoustic instruments, is that you can't play them quietly. I mean, there are ways to reduce how loud they are, but effectively you can't.
Let's hear it. What assistance do you need? So what do you want? Let's hear it.
Drummers have it pretty bad. Yeah.
What do you want?
I don't even know how drummers... I don't know how they do it. I can't... I remember playing Rock Band ages ago, and the drums were just so... It's like, how do I make my right foot and my right arm do different things? I don't get it.
Go ahead.
Practice. I still don't... Like, my brain can't... Same with piano. I don't know how people could just sight read it. I know it's practice, but like I don't know. It's because you like getting your hands to do the same thing, but at different rates. It's people are talented.
Why walk when you can ride?
You need a bald teacher who abuses you in various ways until you do it properly. Yeah, but well, bald people don't abuse each other. We have an arrangement. Most people aren't as fully independent as you'd expect. Yeah, I know the idea isn't to have your two limbs be totally separate from each other. It's like you do things grouped together. As opposed to just like, yeah, my left hand's doing this other shit while my right hand does that. Like, that's not the idea. I'm sure some people can do that, though. One more.
Where would you like to go?
Would be fun to take piano lessons, though. It's just like a little side hobby. But
like to walk
I don't have a piano anymore.
My time is precious, so
And it's impossible for me to buy another one. The Mesa Mullock Ball will be good utility for you. But would an Ordinator use the Mesa Mullock Ball?
Yes.
Greetings, friend.
You have something to say to me?
Who has Restore Fatigue?
Speak quickly.
You build up a basis of polyrhythms by just learning it beat by beat. You can eventually get to a level where you're semi-independent because your muscle memory knows what to do. Yeah. I know there are some like phrases for certain polyrhythms that sound like the polyrhythm. Pass the salt and pepper, this food is tasteless. What is that, 5-7? I don't remember which, or is that 7-9? I don't remember. Maybe 5-7.
My
Speak,
patience
traveler.
is limited. So what do you want?
Bring the House of Troubles down on the troublemakers. The problem with relying on muscle memory, though, is that if you lose track of something, then you almost feel like you have to restart so you can go from the beginning of the muscle memory. I know I don't have muscle memory with respect to music, but with solving Rubik's Cubes, there are certain algorithms that you have to do, and I wouldn't be able to do them like any other way than the way I learned it. And I couldn't like recite it or stop it halfway and then try to restart it, because it's not 10 motions, it's one motion. So you can't do half of it because that doesn't make sense. It's like, what's halfway between your left hand and your right hand? Like, it's just two separate hands. There you go, it's like Ultra Instinct. That's what, for anime nerds who don't understand what we're talking about. Yeah, let's get the Mesa Mogbal. Mogubugadugba. Where... We gotta go back to Sajith Mora again for that. It's in Yansaramas. Yansaramas. Yep.
Care to tell me what this is about? I suppose it is my duty to help those less fortunate than myself. So what's this regarding?
I'm waiting.
Honestly, exactly like that, yes. Exactly like what? We've said a lot of things in the last 5 minutes. Water walking. Ultra Instinct? Yeah.
I'm listening.
But the problem is being conscious of the instinct.
What was it?
That was the issue when I was learning some songs on the piano, was that if I messed up partway through, it'd fuck me up completely.
What's this about? Let's hear it.
I learned Green Sleeves and Minuet in G. And like parts of other pieces that I can't remember. You only got 40 health, so Mother's Kiss would probably be fine for now. Stamina might... that might be too steep to cast at the moment. Yeah, it costs 30 magicka and only 16. It'll spell make a weaker stamina or restoration spell. Maybe 1 to 10 for 40 seconds or 30 seconds. Whoop. Whoop. Alternative Argonian name could have been Sings a Poison Song. Oh yeah, we could have just been like poison only. Oh, it could have been Gila again. $15 to $40. Vomit Cobra. I feel like poison would work best as long term or like a slow burn. Do I have a link to the artifact wheel I used? No, it was just a list of the artifacts that I pasted into the Wheel of Names wheel. $25 damage.
Any time now.
The Ansaramus. Do I have alchemy as a... Do. Okay, so I don't want to grind that up too fast because then I'll get too many levels too quickly. I want to try to... I don't want to do optimal leveling, but I want to at least try to get some decent attribute spread. I don't want to just get +5 to intelligence for 10 levels. Dagon's son, the Demi-Prince of Cookouts. Oh, Brad Dagon. Drad Bagon. Bagon. The Pokemon. Is it just me? I've never heard anybody bring this up. So maybe I'm crazy, and as has been pretty common lately, when I say like, has anyone else thought this? Everybody's been like, no, you're insane. Does Bagon look like Bill Maher to anybody else? Like, I'm pretty sure I've never... I'm not even... Never mind. Do kids these days know who Bill Maher is? Probably for the best. have no idea who that is. He used to, or he still does, have... Was he an HBO show? Something? Was there an HBO show? He used to be funny like 25 years ago when his material was new. And he's just been doing the same thing for the last 2 decades. See, by collecting alchemy materials myself, I won't overlevel my alchemy, because I'm limited by nature. Complains about being cancelled on a show with thousands of viewers. Probably more than thousands. But yeah, it's more grievance comedy. It's just like, that might have been funny ages ago, but come on. Get something new. It doesn't even feel like comedy, it just feels like he's complaining. But yeah, he looks like Bagon. Oh, thanks for the raid, GM Roach. Welcome. We are currently preparing a build for the Poison Song update that's coming out possibly next week. Still funnier than Colbert. I don't know. I liked Colbert. I liked the late night show stuff during COVID when they didn't have audiences. That was so much more enjoyable. Next week? Maybe next week? I'm not sure. The whispers on the wind seem to believe that. That was a challenge. Try Gothic Remake two-handed only. No. Late Night died with Craig Ferguson and Jeff Peterson.
Reconsider your options, knave.
What are we looking for again? Oh yeah, Jens Aramis, that's right. I think Seth Meyers is pretty funny. Again, I really preferred all these late night shows when they didn't have the audience. They just felt more, I don't know, cozy. I know Seth Meyers, I don't know if they still do it, I haven't watched them in a minute, the corrections they do just for YouTube, where there's not an audience, but they just go over all the pedantry that people throw at him when he makes mistakes in his monologues and such. They still do that? Okay. I figured as much. I'd love to see a YouTube style analytic of these late night shows for like watch time. Like, so on YouTube you can get the demographic where it can show you like when like people stop watching, like, you know, like 90% of people are watching here, 10% are watching at this point. Because I guarantee with all the late night shows, it's like, you know, it'd be up, it'd be going down, then right when the interviews start, it just tanks. Because who gives a shit?
You're growing weak.
Ow. The only interviews that were fun to watch were Craig Ferguson's. Because he wouldn't even talk to them about whatever they came to talk about. He just didn't give a shit. Yeah. It was like, I feel like that Craig Ferguson's entire show felt unscripted. Is Poison Song save compatible? It should be, since I don't have Tamriel Rebuilt installed right now.
You will die where you stand.
Wait, I thought it was... Did I not change? Oh. Damn it.
It'll be your blood here, not
Yeah.
mine.
Interviews promoting their whatever, and that has to make them appear good. Probably rehearsed. Yeah. I don't doubt that. But they're just boring. Which pedophile are they interviewing today? Oh, this is an author. Not a pedophile. But he could still be. Who knows?
Ha!
I keep timing my block wrong.
Give in. You're dead already.
Damn it. Alright, he keeps blocking on me. Oh, I got rid of the shield. I just need higher Longblade for it to work. Simple restore stamina spell over time would suffice. I do have one. Did I make one? Yeah, I did. The thing is, when he blocks when he parries my attacks, I
You should have picked an easier opponent.
lose fatigue. Got him. Oh, and he has bone molds. Do I want these shoulders or the other ones? Or I want this chest plate. I prefer this one. And no, those pauldrons aren't great. There's probably going to be a new set in Poison Song.
It'll be your blood here, not
Damn it.
mine. Ha!
Go if you use a successful parry to lead into an attack. Well, when you a perfectly timed parry does stagger them a bit, and if they have no fatigue when you get a perfectly timed parry, they lose it. They fall over. Yeah, I need to buy restoration training. One thing that's annoying about Engard is that your charged attacks get disrupted if you get hit while charging. I don't have Magicka. There we go. Gotta restore my stamina so I can cast Restore Stamina. Gotta get a job to get experience, but I gotta get experience to get a job. Why is he being mean to a fellow boner? Oh, I heard a Dunmer. Boners need to stick together. At the very least, stand firm. No. Oh. There we go. Easy.
Why do you summon me now? I have no time for your pleadings, weakling. I have other matters that need my attention. Mentana, he will pay for his insolence. Well, those in my service will. Mentana has killed him.
Nope, don't have any scrolls, so never mind. I think there are also quite a few Daedric items. Oh no, he just drops a Daedric item. Gonna take a shower, which means you're going on the bathroom speaker system. Ooh, speaker system. I have a little portable speaker that sometimes like a little portable Bluetooth speaker that I'll sometimes turn on while I'm taking a shower, but you can't hear it because the shower is loud. It's built into the ceiling fan. I got a waterproof one I take into the shower. Yeah, the one I have is also, it's waterproof, but still, just, the shower is just loud. Need a shower noise suppressor. You just hook it up and it just shoots you. Just shower with earbuds in. Yeah, but the point of having a speaker is so you don't have to have earbuds in. So you don't have to have things in your ears. A 4x7 foot shower. Oh, fancy shower. I feel like that'd be drafty. Uh-oh. What do I do? Pose. I feel like every time I jump, or I'm in the air, and I feel like I'm always an Argonian. Whenever that happens. I just fall from the sky unexpectedly. Frog instinct. Get Yankee.
Let me live. Let me live.
Now you die!
Oh, there's 3 of them. Screw it. I think I might turn off Enguard, because it interrupting my weapon swings is really annoying. I feel like my mouse is broken. And like it's just unclicking. Is there a setting for that? I don't know. Not seeing it. Yeah. No.
You're beaten. Your pain is nearing an end.
Get out of here, rat. Learning your defense is no small feat. Now you should feel you're able to turn enemies' attacks against them, throw them off balance, and avoid any harm to yourself, if only you time it just right. Okay, so now we can perfect parry with our long blade. That actually might make things a bit better. Although then we're going to go back to not being able to once we use the Mace of Mogbal. Although I feel like the mace would be more of a utility equip. You know, whip it out, hit the enemy once, then switch to a different weapon. Just for the Magicka suck. I've never come to Corridor from this angle. Friggin' archers. We stab them in the abdomen and they die of sepsis. That might take a while. It's like shooting somebody and expecting them to die of lead poisoning. Are bullets even made out of lead anymore? Or, when I say anymore, were they not made out of lead before and now they are? Always were. Astronaut.jpg. Phew. Archer in the mountains. Was that corridor right there? It's soft so it deforms. Yeah, but surely any metal moving at that speed would deform on contact. Right? Like anything is soft if it's traveling fast enough. Oh. Armor-piercing rounds are made out of harder metal. Harder, but it doesn't mean not non-malleable. Use uranium-tipped bullets, so when you shoot people, you give them superpowers. He has all the powers of a bullet. Which means when he farts, he goes flying. What's the superhero that's good at guns? Is he bitten by a radioactive gun? Or the X-Man that's good at guns? And like that's his only thing. Cable, that's what it was. Punisher? No. Punisher's just a guy. Talking about somebody who's like who's got superpowers, but his superpowers is guns. Thanks for casting the spell, dude. Appreciate it. Cable was just kind of a guy. I thought he was a mutant. The Cable guy. Marvel Rivals, the Hood can turn himself into a giant gun.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, Gusht. I can't parry the punches. Can't parry the Atronach punchies. God, what's the fight against Menta not gonna be like? Conan is lore accurate in the Marvel Universe. What, Conan O'Brien? What's his power? Conan the Barbarian. Yeah. It's the same guy. Conan was based off of Conan. Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger actually spent a year living with Conan O'Brien just to prepare for the role. It's like how Johnny Depp lived with Hunter S. Thompson. Same thing. It's very method. One of the Conan movies also have the Sleeper, and his name was Dagoth. And also had a weird mask. Might have came here too early. Stop friggin'... Oh. Are they immune to poison? poison just sucks. God. Ah, stop hitting me. Just parry him to death. If I can time it right. It's tough to time it right because I don't know where his animations begin and end. Can't tell because like his actual attack seems to hit at a different time than the animation shows it hitting. That one's tough. The bite's easy. Yeah, we gotta come. We can't do this right now.
What's this about?
We gotta get some training. Simplifying Vivec cantons has been way more time consuming than I thought. I know them more now. Yeah, you don't need to simplify the cantons, you just gotta get good. Nerd. I mean, one hint that I can give you is that if you're told to go to the Wasteworks, it's the middle because it's the waste.
Where's that slave? Yeah, not long ago.
If that helps. They're mazes for no reason. They're squares.
What's this then? Friend.
Don't worry, locals get lost sometimes. Sometimes too. Boston 101.
Care to tell me what this is about?
Friend? Say your words.
I think does she train? Yeah, restoration.
My patience is limited.
Gonna buy some
Greetings,
enchant
friend.
training just for intelligence attributes.
My patience is
'Cause it's cheap.
limited.
5 strength, 5 intelligence, and should put points into willpower or agility. To agility.
Welcome. Please speak.
I feel like... Oh, we do have armor as a minor skill. But yeah, I feel like magic doesn't really get good until you're in your 30s. So that's why next year I'm pleased to announce my I'm pivoting once more into the arcane arts.
Listening.
I'm a busy guy.
Beware, you're all targets.
Anytime now.
What's this about?
Oh, I should have done some... Oh, well. I forgot the intelligence. I forgot to get smarter.
I'm listening.
Don't stand.
I really don't have time for this, so make it quick.
I scratched my nose, and I think there's just like a dried booger in there. And that tickled my nose and made me sneeze.
Welcome. Please speak.
God damn it. Gotta blow my nose.
Can we hurry this along?
Speak freely.
I love the faster training mod. Makes this game so much better.
My patience is limited.
Well, since I don't have acrobatics as a major, I could buy training in acrobatics for strength attributes. But who trains acrobatics?
My time is...
I like the idea for
Quickly, Outlander.
so the most complicated. So I believe the cantons, the Vivec cantons, are Velothi based, and the most complicated ones are the temple. And somebody mentioned, I don't remember who it was, mentioned that it has it has a confusing architecture to emulate the Daedric shrines that the Velothi, the Chimer used to use, or they used to worship at. So it like emulates that way, which is why they intentionally make it weird. Guy in the Vivec arena who trains acrobatics? Yes, but it'd be nice if there was somebody who was more convenient.
On your honor.
I really don't have time for this, so make it quick.
You wish to speak? You want something?
Like this one.
So much to remember.
She has something to say about Caius. Old gray hair gobbles sugar like Scuttle. Chirinir is surprised he still walks, but it doesn't affect him. That is the mark of a long-time user.
Go ahead, stranger.
But maybe it's all a ruse.
Is yours, friend. What do you want?
Sorry, stranger.
Don't press your...
Or a fake user. Yeah, you think you're a real Skooma fan? Name 5 Khajiit.
This better be important.
Carjo. Can't just make up names. Carjo. Next you're gonna tell me somebody else. Oh, it's Truck Steve.
I am honored. Truly. How may I help you?
There's Truck Steve.
Go ahead.
What assistance do you need?
Dirkethius? Dirkethus? Isn't Dirkethus... That sounds like an Argonian name.
Warm greetings. The Argonian speaks.
Who else teaches restoration? Oops. Because what's-her-face can't teach me anymore. Because we're just too good.
What assistance do
Yeah, we
you
got more than enough fatigue potions to last us a lifetime.
A sincere welcome to you. May you be forever blessed.
A little bit of willpower. A little bit of candlelight.
You have something to say to me? Yes.
So much
to
So what do you want?
Anything? Do you train?
Any
No.
time now.
I've never talked to this guy. I don't even know what he does.
Yes.
Can we hurry this along?
Can we?
Like, he looks like the leader, but it's him. Maybe that's all a ruse. Maybe it's so they can, like, they can test people. Somebody comes in and assumes he's the leader. It's like, oh, why do you assume that? But then it's like, because he's behind the desk and in the middle of the room. God damn it, fine, I'll talk to you. There's somebody in Vivek who teaches restoration?
Anytime now.
Or does what's-his-face in Outrun might? Julia? No, not Julia. Oh, what the hell's his name? Himla? The old doctor's riddle? Yeah.
What do you want?
Yes.
So they don't lose what little done business they get. The moment they have the Dunmer lady behind the desk. Miracle they even get customers, as Wolverine Hall is like navigating a maze of nails. I mean, that tower, it's just up and down. Ooh. What's Hand of Heaven?
Speak, traveler.
I'd see a Dunmer woman as an Outlander, too.
I suppose
They hate women more than they hate Outlanders.
Less fortunate than myself.
Or Wimmer, rather, I suppose. Oh, didn't level up yet? At least now we can cast our Restore Fatigue spell reliably at full fatigue. Can we cast it reliably at low fatigue, though? Let's find out. Yeah, it's pretty reliably. 80%? 73%? Regenerate is... that would heal 60? Opposed to Mother's Kiss. Mother's Kiss is a lot cheaper. The Elven race of Wimmer. Well, there's Mer and Wimmer. Like there's man and woman. A woomer is one who wombs. And a woman is one who mans. Doesn't make sense. What else do we gotta get?
My patience is limited.
We could probably fight Mentana now. Quite reliably. Try to get Longblade training though.
I must be going, so if you could make it quick.
Is there any fantasy series where the elves don't have pointy ears? And there's like a different quality about them that makes them elves.
We make a special trip just for you.
Where did the pointy ear thing come from? Tolkien? I call them elves in that case? I don't know.
Where would you like to go?
It's not like how elves are always, like, slender and lithe. And, like... they're always long-lived and noble. Like, why can't they just be, like, asshole elves? I guess that's the Dunmer. I think Rothfuss kind of did that with the what was the group called? They weren't elves, but they were like elves. What the hell were they? The ones who didn't know that sex made babies. They just randomly had sex. And like sometimes people would get pregnant. Adem. The Adem. Yeah, they were kind of like elves. But not elves. So it's interesting because it was like, you know, the story set it up with like there's this like weird mysticism about them, but then you get there and it's like, oh, they're just people. Tolkien elves don't sleep. They experience time differently because they have such vivid memories. So the present and the past kind of coexist for them. That's weird. What's the creation What's the creation story for elves in Tolkien in Lord of the Rings? And how is it different from men? They're the first race created by Eru, awoken by Quivinian. They were created by the gods and men were not. Where do the men come from? Apes? Oh. The gods were a later creation of Eru. But so Eru's not... The gods are... Ugh. Lord of the Rings sounds like a lot of work. I'll stick to Elder Scrolls. At least the Elder Scrolls doesn't have a real canon, so you can just kind of make shit up if you want. And no one... I feel like if you get lore wrong, in the Elder Scrolls, it's... I don't know, it feels less standardized, so there's less footing for people to be ravenously upset with you. You know, Todd didn't write a Bible. So. Is the Silmarillion written in universe? Or is it written by Tolkien? Like, him explaining his universe. So what's the... Because, like, you know how the Pocket Guide to the Empire is an in-universe explanation of things? So, you know, it's like, take it with a grain of salt. It's a collection of stories that are in universe. Oh, so it's not really about like a definitive... This is the canon. So all those stories could be bullshit too. They're all written by Tolkien. Well, yeah, obviously they're all written by him, but I mean, like, written by him or written by him? Like, he explained it as him, like, he's translating stories from this world. But is the Silmarillion a translation of a story from the world, or is it just him explaining shit? I hate these guys. Tolkien could change his mind. I'm playing a roguelike based on the Silmarillion. Silk Q. Angband. Lord of the Rings books are a faux manuscript translation. The Book of the Red March. Yeah. I like that approach to it. It's like, I'm not the writer, I'm just localizing, you know, myths from a different world. Like, obviously, yeah, we know you're writing it, but, you know, the role play of it's fun. And it also gives you a little more leeway to use certain words that might not make sense in universe. Like certain phrases that have historical context that's kind of been lost over time, that wouldn't make sense in a world without that context. Then you just say like, yeah, but it's localized just so it makes sense for us in our reading of it. Although there was one use of the word Spartan in, I think in the Kingkiller Chronicles, Rothfuss. Spartan meaning like simple and bare, like a Spartan room. And I was like, I feel like that word shouldn't be one of the ones you use if localizing. If taking the localizing approach, because that's like just straight up just an adjective describing a people on Earth. In one Stephen King book, apparently a character walks in on him writing the book. Was that during or after his cocaine era? There was an after? Yeah, I thought he got sober. Sanderson has something about this. You're allowed to call a footstool an ottoman without having to describe why ottomans exist in the world. Yeah, but I feel like I don't know. I wouldn't call it an ottoman. Or maybe not. I don't know. I feel like the word Spartan. Like an Ottoman the term Ottoman is used to describe not the Ottomans enough that would actually be fine. But the word Spartan is used so infrequently that when you think Spartan, you think of the people, not the adjective. Or I guess it's always an adjective, but you think of the demonym. The demonym. Skeptical about this whole cottage industry of people giving advice on how to write fantasy. Cottage industry?
You will die! Oh! Surrender your life to me and I will end your pain! Oh!
Sanderson, where he's the snowflame of writers. What, Stephen King or Sanderson? Also, what does that mean? Does it make a difference if the author uses the word or if the character uses it? For me, I think it would still be jarring regardless. Unless, you know, the book takes place in real life. It just stands out. It's like when you see an old, like in Zelda 2, there are crosses in a cemetery, which is weird. Because, like, that means, like, oh, okay, so Jesus is the son of Naryu. Or Lineru. You know? Snowflame is a DC villain who gets his power from cocaine. Does he get the side effects of cocaine? Like, is his throat deteriorating? Or does he have super healing? World building and writing takes experience and practice, and veterans can share that. Yeah, I think there's... I guess it depends on what you want for writing. If you're just doing it for art, then yeah, you just do what you do. But if you want to... If it's something you wanted to make a career out of, which is very difficult, it becomes more of a craft, and a craft is something you can definitely teach people. It's like saying, because, like, carpentry... You could be an artistic carpenter, that means you can't... There's not, like, an objectiveness to a correct... Not a correct way of doing it, but, like, there's, like, specific ways of doing it that produce agreeable results. You know what I mean? Like, there aren't strict rules, but there are definitely approaches that would make the process better for you and for the consumer. To die in the water. Such a sin for an Argonian. Like, I have this fatigue spell, even though I have, like, 1,000,000 fatigue potions now. All I hear about him is how clever his magic system and world building are, and those things can only ever be second to good human drama. You can have both. Bad advice. It's important to teach people things. It teaches people to focus on things that aren't important. I think Sanderson's advice hasn't been that he's been pretty adamant in a lot of his lectures that the characters are, like, it doesn't matter how good your world is, you need to have characters that are interesting. I think it's just that people enjoy making their own worlds, so that's what pulls people in to fantasy. Everybody's got ideas for worlds they can make. But you could also argue that the world can be a character in and of itself. Damn it. When is Poison Song coming out? The rumor is next week, but we don't know. I don't have any special data either. So don't take what I say as gospel. Preview builds to other YouTubers. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't ask me. See all these other videos of people doing previews of the Poison Song. It's like, what the hell? Why was I not approached? Although, admittedly, I probably wouldn't make a video before it's released anyway. So maybe that's why. Maybe they knew. Because like those videos are more like, oh, guess what's coming out, sort of a thing, rather than here's the thing that came out. I don't know if modern audience are more receptive of set systems in general. Isekai anime, light novels, are almost all video games at this point. I think part of the appeal of Sanderson's stuff is that it's very much like... It's like shonen literature. You know, it's not... it's very accessible. And it's very, coherent and structured. That's the hottest take in the universe. Is it? Pretty offensively hot take. Fantasy is shown in literature. Well, I mean it in the sense of like, it's... I'm not saying that as a slight. Referring to creatively stifle themselves but can't see it. Oh, Lottorio's take, not mine. Oh. I think it's hard to say if somebody's creatively stifled. And I think it's even harder to say if they've done it to themselves. I guess people think Sanderson is amazing. Well, I mean, I'm not going to say he's like writing the next great American novel, but I enjoy his stuff. Where's Mentana? What? Why does this happen like half the time? He's just not here. I got the key. He's meant to now there. I don't even know what the hell the last great American novel would be. Yeah, I don't know what it means either. I feel like that's a phrase that you can only say about something 100 years later. Well, no, you see, it's got to be stuff that does something weird, like not use punctuation, like Cormac McCarthy, because that's not obnoxious at all. Are you Mentana? No. This is Patrick. Yeah, so I definitely picked up the quest correctly. So where's Mentana? A pickle for the knowing ones. One complaint was that there was no punctuation. He released a second edition with the page full of nothing but commas, so they could salt and pepper as they please. Yeah, that's funny, in like a, you know, a shit-eating grin, snarky kind of way. But I would argue that punctuation isn't just seasoning. Written grammar exists because you don't have intonation in the voice to help glean context from what's being said. Spoken grammar, who cares? Like, you know, there's no grammar in speech because you can piece things together. But writing is a tool. Writing is technology. Writing is not innate to the humans the way speech is. So you should use written grammar so you can actually, you know, make sense to people. Specifically use quotation marks so I know who the hell's talking. Is this Corridor? Yeah, it is. Do a missed quest trigger or bug? There we go. He must have fell. He must have fell outside the world. He's strong. All that work and he just bites me. Ah. Also adds said character once in a while, so I don't need to count the number of lines to remember which character is speaking. Yeah, the argument is that, like, oh, the characters' voices should be so unique that you wouldn't need to know. You wouldn't even need quotation marks to understand who's speaking and when they're speaking. It's like, no. No, that's not how that works. I tried reading one of Cormac McCarthy's books. Which one was I trying to read? Can't remember which one I was reading. But like the start of the book, it was like a sheriff talking. And how would you know? Like immediately. Then I go back. Oh, somebody was talking here. What happened? It's like somebody was on a phone. Is it like a phone call? What's it? What? It's annoying. It's bad. And that means anyone who likes it is bad. How dare you? That's my impression of the internet.
You have freed the soul of Mentor Na. Torment will be his. Endless agony is all he will know until the end of time. You have performed well, mortal. Perhaps you will be my servant again one day. Take this and use it well. Bring strife and discord with you wherever you may
Discord.
travel. Now, go!
Go. Fly, you fool. You know what's the thing they say? You gotta learn the rules before you know how to break them. But, I feel like some rules exist that shouldn't be broken. It's like, you know, I'm gonna write without punctuation. Okay, I'm gonna film a TV show with Vaseline on the lens. Like, no, that's like, there's a few things you shouldn't do. All it does is create barriers for the people reading or watching. How are you prepping for Poison Song if TR updates require a new save? They don't. They don't necessarily. I don't have Tamriel Rebuilt installed for this save. Yeah, like making movies in foreign languages. Yeah, there's just, every movie should just be in English. They also say write what you know, but Ursula Le Guin had barely been on a boat before writing Earthsea. That phrase, I feel like that phrase gets misinterpreted. And then you end up having every character being a 20-something-year-old writer. It should be know what you write. That is, do research. Don't just write about shit and just base it on vibes. When will you do a Malmer playthrough? I don't know. When will you be a wet elf? Expecting a writer to research something. Because what's really important, this was advice I had heard before, and I've noticed it now, in reading. Being specific with things, even if it's not important specificity, just feels better. Like as description or as details. Don't call something a car. Call it like a Toyota. Don't call it a dog. Call it, a poodle. Like, be specific with things so you can just like implant the image, a concrete image, into the mind of the reader. And so by doing research, you will know more specific stuff. You know, just call it a gun. Call it a specific name for a gun. Sometimes too much specificity is a problem too. Yeah, that's obviously where the craft part of it comes in. Fellow actor was tormenting himself about being a big-time actor, method actor. And someone said, have you considered acting instead? Who is it, Oh, what's his name? One of the panelists on 8 out of 10 Cats. John something. I remember he mentioned, it's like somebody, you know, if somebody decides to be a method actor and they become a butcher for a year beforehand, then they're not acting. They just became a butcher. John Bishop? That sounds right. John Katz. Joey Katz. Yeah, method acting is weird to me. Like, and he wouldn't stop acting like the character off set, so he was just an asshole to everybody. It's like, well, no, then you're not method acting. You're just a dick. Be an adult. Fucking... You can turn it off. No, but I have to get into the zone. No, you did fucking... No one ever method acts as a nice character. Yeah, right? Yeah, I never even thought of that. Maybe it's just not as noticeable. Oh, maybe that's what a bunch of Hollywood actors are doing. They're just method acting pedophiles. This isn't where I want it to be. How much money do I have? 18k? Is there another artifact somewhere around here? Let's go get the Dragonbone Cuirass. We could sell that too.
Speak, traveler.
You know, it's the funny thing with the whole method acting deal is that, like, people in movies don't act the way real people do. Because the way real people act isn't conducive for a narrative. You know, because people are, you know, we don't talk good all the time. People mumble. People don't have soundtracks that coincide with their actions. You know, people don't always say what they mean, or they say the wrong things, or they make mistakes. Like, these things don't happen in movies. You know, people say hello when they answer the phone. They say goodbye when they put it down. Movies, they don't do that. So how does method acting help in that regard? Because you're method acting a caricature of something real. So at that point, just act. Just turn it off afterwards. You're not being a real person. You're being a character. I've seen some people who are unnecessarily dramatic. Was Christian Bale method acting when he threw a fit on that lighting guy? Where did I say we were going? Dragon Bone. Keanu Reeves learned martial arts for The Matrix, so he goes in for it. Yeah, but I wouldn't call that method acting. That's just learning physical acting. Or like stage fighting. He was just reasonably annoyed. I don't know, I can't imagine in any other profession where you could do something like that and you wouldn't immediately lose your job. Gordon Ramsay acts like that constantly to his cooks. Yeah, but isn't that part of the bit? Like that they know that's what that's a character. That's all. That's on camera shit. He was mega aggressive when he was a young chef. Aren't we all? I'm just imagining another profession where if somebody interrupts you while you're trying to do a specific part of the thing and you just explode on them like that. There'll be no hesitation in firing you. You're just in an office, like, freaking programming, and somebody interrupts you asking a question, you just start screaming at them because you're in the zone. You're in a flow state. Now I have to spend another 10 minutes getting back into it. Now, if you're like, you know, wrist deep into somebody's chest cavity, and somebody walks into the operating room, you know, unsanitized, unsterilized, I mean, yeah, then maybe you could yell at them. That's a little different. That's like a life or death thing. But it's just, I'm playing pretend in front of a camera. Chill. There are definitely workplaces where someone can get away with exploding. Well, yeah, evidently movie sets. As long as you're method. Or the star. Distractions are pretty problematic in acting. Distractions are problematic in any in any line of work. If you're such a good actor, act like you're not distracted. You're already having to deal with ignoring a lot of moving shit. Yeah, so it shouldn't be... So deal with it. It's part of the job. Here's the question, is he like that all the time? I don't know, but I've never done that. So there's a non-zero number of people who would never do something like that. Whole movie production revolves around them nailing the perfect take. Well, maybe the actor should do a better job. I think the last time I might have had like some sort of breakdown like that was when I was not an adult. But I genuinely can't imagine something like that just happens out of, like, just out of nowhere. Like, to be able to go from 0 to 100 like that. Because somebody was fiddling with lights. I think I just don't like it when people yell at other people. Especially if it's people who are in like a higher position of authority. Acting can be very exhausting. Most jobs are. Getting yelled at by actors is also exhausting, I suspect. Like if the lighting guy was exploding at Christian Bale for messing up his lights. Yeah, I bet people would still defend Christian Bale. He's Batman. Not saying it was an okay response, I'm saying I can understand it happening. Well, I can understand it happening. I can understand a lot of things happening. I mean, I can only imagine that the whole situation was this guy kept doing something that was bothering Christian Bale, and Christian Bale, instead of actually speaking up the first time it kept happening and being nice about it, he just let it build and build, and then he exploded, instead of, you know, talking. Unless Bale has some sort of emotional disorder that makes him have issues with dealing with stress, then I can't really justify such an explosive response. Even if he does have that kind of an issue, that doesn't excuse it, it would just explain it. Because then it's like, you know, then he should be figuring out ways of managing it. You know, there's various therapies that can help people with those kinds of things. you know, not to say that's a perfect fit for everybody, but you get my point. There's things you can do to ameliorate. You could argue that the actor is under more pressure than the lighting guy. So? The actor probably doesn't have to worry about losing his job. Because clearly, being, you know, a short-tempered maniac won't get you fired. Wish there was therapy for most things that could just fix them. Yeah. I know it's not perfect, but I guess what the point I was trying to make is, you know, just because you might have an issue like that, like, it doesn't excuse the abuse you give to others. There's no effective therapy to help you deal with emotional breakdowns. Well, the idea is that the therapy would prevent the emotional breakdown because you have an outlet that doesn't cause it to build up and then explode all at once at a certain moment. Oh, I didn't get the right key. Damn it. Gotta get a key to get the key. At the very least, Christian Bale did apologize afterwards. But you know, he wasn't the good guy in that situation. The film was Terminator Salvation. Oh, he did all that for that movie? That I've never seen but heard was bad? I've seen people have surprisingly real emotional breakdowns about computer games. Yeah. Well, how many of them actually have go to therapy? Or have gone to therapy? I have mental issues where I break down, and therapy has just been a total nothing burger and evasiveness when I tried to push for answers. Have you tried cognitive behavioral therapy? I think cognitive oh my god. I don't want to say CBT because that means something else too. Cognitive behavioral therapy seems to be like the one that like has the most clinical evidence supporting it. Have you tried cock and ball torture? Yeah, treatments for mental stuff it's a hairy mess. I think a part of it though is like, if somebody's trying, you can at least, you know, give them credit. But if somebody's not trying, then you, like, there's no, like, you can extend grace to people who are going through issues and actually like seeking solutions. But if they're not even doing that, like, well, then fuck you, you're a dick. You don't get any excuses. DBT is the most efficient improved approach. What is DBT? I think that sounds familiar. Dick and balls torture, yeah. Dialectic behavioral therapy. Oh, they just make you read Hume? Or Hegel? Wait, which one was the dialectic 1. Where's that Marks? Hagel. Marks 2. Marks was building on Hagel. Marks was building up his Kegels. Karl Marx? Yeah. Marx was building up his Engels. Rent was due. We'll also get the Lord's Mail while we're here.
Come on, I haven't got... I only have a few moments.
The moral of the story here, I don't
Yes.
think therapy can hurt. So it's probably not a bad idea if you can get it. Assuming your therapist isn't, evil.
Guy, so if you could hurry this up.
But that's not that's not a therapy issue, that's a therapist issue.
Let's get this over with quickly.
Oh, dungeon's over there. We're really unqualified. Yeah. So this stream was brought to you by... Yeah, never mind. Jump. Freaking...
What, stranger? Stay out of trouble and you
My point is sometimes there's no neat answer. Have you tried cutting food dyes and seed oils out of your diet? It's a panacea. That's how you know it works. That's the new thing people are upset about. So it changes every like 3 or 4 years. Mental health is like warlocks. Yeah, your therapist is your patron. God damn it. I hate having low acrobatics. There we go. Just fry everything in beef tallow. Yeah, that's why fries were unhealthy, is because we're using oil instead of beef tallow. That's what makes them bad for you. Come to think panacea and snake oil to be virtually synonymous. They are. If they claim it cures everything, then it likely cures nothing. And if they say there's no side effects, then it has no main effects. Just try gluten-free foods. Yeah, that was the... Was that what was between gluten and seed oils? Like don't eat gluten, don't eat this, then don't eat seed oils. It was something in between, right? Or did it go from gluten to seed oils? Chemicals. Yeah, but that's just how it always is. GMOs. I think people are still upset about those. Then they started having to label everything, saying that it used genetically modified organisms, and everybody realized it was on everything, and nothing, and like it didn't matter anyway, so no one cares anymore. People stopped caring.
I only have a few moments.
Is that a Daedric sword?
Stay out of trouble and you won't get hurt.
Ultra processed. What even qualifies as ultra processed? Like, friggin' like peanut butter?
I only have a few moments. Come on, fight!
See, they had to stop saying processed foods because, like, shucked corn is processed. White rice is a processed food. Like, so it's like, oh no, it's ultra processed. It has preservatives. Oh no. Like salt.
Dice.
Cavendish banana is facing the same blight that wiped out the previous banana. And we can't grow GMO bananas that are resistant to the blight because the EU refuses to import them. Well, it sounds like the EU is not going to have any more bananas.
Come on, I haven't got all day, you know. I've trifled with you.
I've only recently been able to eat bananas again. For a while, they would give me cramps for reasons. But then I decided to bite the bullet and just had a banana, and I was fine. It didn't give me cramps, so I've been eating them like crazy lately. You know, I'm making up for lost time. And you know the thing they say where it's like, if you peel a banana from the bottom, you don't get the stringy things? People keep saying that, and it's not true. Like, people are just lying. It's like, oh, this is how monkeys do it. It's like, no, what are you talking, what? Monkeys probably eat the peel. Never heard that, just it's easier to peel. It's not even easier to peel. Although I eat my bananas pretty ripe, so they're pretty soft to begin with.
Let's see what you're made of.
Like, I like them when they're all spotty. I like my bananas with freckles. But I always cut off, or I always pull off the top and bottom bit of the banana. Just because, I don't know why. It just skeeves me out. Gotta get rid of the first and last half inch. Gotta circumcise my bananas before I eat them. Because that's how circumcision works. When they're yellow but still green on the bottom is when they're best? No.
Stay out of trouble.
They're too starchy when they're not spotty. So they're not as sweet, and they have like a... I like sweet things.
What, stranger?
I think I'm gonna be able to get his stuff. Stop hissing. It's loud and annoying and scares me. You poke your finger through the end of a banana, like into the middle flesh, it splits into 3 pieces. Yeah, don't banana, they have 3 lobes.
And you won't get hurt.
Oh, not that. Do I have I have regenerate health, right?
won't escape me that easily.
I like bananas for approximately 10 minutes in their life cycle. And then you blink and then they go bad.
Let's get this over with quickly.
I just like how cheap bananas are and how easy they are to eat. I just hate that now my house has a bunch of fruit flies.
Stay out of trouble and you won't get hurt.
They say to wash your bananas before, like once you bring them home, to get rid of any fruit fly eggs that might be on them. But I never do. So I have a solution, but yeah.
I've trifled with
Wash your
long
bananas.
enough.
Yeah, you wash the peels. Because the reason why fruit flies will lay eggs on fruit. And since bananas have very thin skins, that's like very appealing. The eggs are in the peel, not on it. Oh, maybe it wouldn't work then. I just leave a little cup of apple cider vinegar with some dish soap in it, and that deals with them.
I only have a few moments.
I think we can kill this guy. I can't get rid of my fruit flies because I've read the Wikipedia article on them. What, so now you feel empathetic and you don't want to hurt them? There are ways to catch them. Basically, like, put a funnel into a bottle with fruit in the bottle, and they'll fly in, but they can't figure out how to fly out. Or you could take like a soda bottle and cut the top off and flip it, and they'll fly in, but they can't fly out. Then you just open it and get rid of them. They only live for like a day, right?
So what's this regarding?
Or am I thinking of mayflies?
How are you?
I've been randomly finding, like, I'll go days without seeing any houseflies, and then one day there'll be like 6 out a window. I'm like, where the hell do these guys come from? Why there's 6 friggin' house? Like, why there's, who let them in? So I gotta figure that out. Brundlefly in the living room. Kilby.
Welcome to the Mournhold Museum of Artifacts.
So,
Sorry, stranger. My time is short, so get on with it.
The weird thing is, so my bathroom is off the kitchen, and for some reason all the fruit flies like to congregate in the bathroom. It's like there's no fruit in there. Dingleberries? Like why what are they looking for? How do I feel about gin? I don't like alcohol. Moisture? I guess that makes sense. I also have weevils. Randomly. I'll just see like a vine weevil just hanging out on a wall. Just walking around. And I'm like, weevil time. And then I go back to whatever I was doing.
So what do you want?
Hurry this up, will you?
Got a healthy spider population, so I almost never see any flies. I had when I first moved in, there were spiders. Not a ton of spiders, but like, you know, I would see a non-zero number of spiders around the place back in like March and April, and now haven't seen a single one. I don't know what happened to them all. The mice are eating them. I actually think there might be a dead mouse somewhere in the basement, but I don't know where it is. Because there's like a smell. Fortunately, I have an air purifier, so the upstairs doesn't smell.
My patience is limited.
But yeah. Maybe that's just the radon. No, I had the radon guys come out. And they hooked up the radon system, so that should help. Consider the humble snake plant for one's apartment. Snake plant. Is it a snake?
Speak, traveler.
I wouldn't mind getting some plants. I need a little bit of decor around the place.
Speak, traveler.
Purifies the air. Oh. Yeah, plants aren't... an air purifier can purify more air than a million plants could. I think my air purifier might... I think it might be sentient, and it might hate me, or it might be trying to make fun of me. Because every time I walk near it, it's got a little sensor on it that changes color based on the air. So it's like blue is fine, green is okay, yellow is kind of bad, and red is like, you know, a lot of particulate matter. It turns red whenever I walk near it. It's like, what the fuck? What are you trying to tell me? Ultra processed air. I have plenty of air purifiers. I just like seeing the green. Yeah, I should get some houseplants. Although I worry that Guides might eat them. So I'd have to be careful with what kinds I get. He loves chewing on pineapple hats. I don't know, whatever the leaves.
What's this about?
I suppose it is my duty to help those less fortunate than myself.
What do you want?
Got a Monstera when I moved in. There's a rhododendron out back, and there's a hydrangea out front, and the hydrangea still has flowers on it. It's crazy. It's like lasting forever.
So what do you want?
Speak quickly, Outlander, or go away.
You want something?
Let's not make this official.
Restoration.
Move along.
Yak and Bale in Voss. Serain, Lyrian, Lels, Berian. Where is she? Okay, we'll go talk to her then.
Speak, traveler.
I rarely have air purifiers on. It was fun for it to go nuts while vaping completely legal cannabis products. I just keep them on just to deal with any rogue odors. Or I have a gas stove, so it deals with that when I use the gas stove. Also, I think because the walls separating my unit from the neighbor's unit are lath and plaster, I think sometimes when they cook, the smells can kind of like percolate through. Not that their cooking smells bad, it's just jarring to smell food when you're not cooking, but you smell a meal. I love a good percolated wall. Yeah. That's how they used to build walls like 100 years ago instead of drywall. Because they couldn't easily transport drywall. So instead they put wood strips between the studs going this way. And then they'd plaster over it. And then the plaster would harden. And the result is basically the same as drywall. Oh no, they're northeast. Just more work. Yeah, but this was back in a time when they couldn't, where they didn't have drywall. Or at least they couldn't like easily transport drywall. But they could transport, plaster powder. You just add water. I'm guessing they're not real smooth either. No, they're pretty smooth. It was built by professionals. They probably plaster it and then they probably mud it afterwards or do something similar to smooth it out. The same way you would with drywall. Although I think this wall in front of me is plaster and lath. I know that. But downstairs, I'm not sure because it looks like I could see 8x4 squares because like the drywall might not have been done that good. Like I can like almost see an outline, but I'm not sure. And the only way to know would be to drill through the wall, and I don't want to do that. America and its fake walls. It's an internal wall. What's more important is that it's built correctly, not what it's made out of. There's some random NPC out here who teaches restoration and something else. Is there a difference between gypsum and plaster? I don't know. But I know the plaster, like, so drywall comes in like, typically like 8x4 sheets. They're like big, like planks. Not planks, but like they're solid pieces of material. Plaster would be like a putty that they would spread on the wall, which you can use to repair drywall. Oh, it's up there. Okay. Just trying to figure out where I was. Another thing that annoys me is the paper house myth. Yeah. So annoying. Everybody saw one video from that house inspector in Arizona who pushed the pen through an unfinished wall. I posted a little video on the Discord recently because there was a hole being drilled through one of my exterior walls, and the hole, or the hole itself, like the wall is like thicker than the length of a dollar bill, like a dollar bill for scale. They're thick walls for an exterior wall. Why would you make an interior wall this thick? You're just losing floor space.
Yes.
Never known anyone more defensive of architecture than JBN. It's not even. It's just annoying that people focus on the wrong things. Because it's misinformation paired with a lack of information that people draw conclusions from that make no sense. Also, I hate it when when things are called misinformation when it's just straight up lying. Oh no! When they say disinformation, I hate the word disinformation because it's just lies. You're not disinforming people; you're just lying to them. God damn it! Where's this NPC? She's to the east. Wouldn't disinformation be censorship? No? I guess de-information would be censorship.
Yes.
Yeah, like, why does she teach these? Who is this? Oh, whoops. Oh, I done goofed. I thought disinformation implies unintentional lies. No, I would assume that would just be misinformation. Like you're misinformed and you're saying things. But yeah, it's just the whole paper houses American houses are bad or whatever. It's just annoying. Like ultimately, it doesn't matter what material you make something out of. If you make it wrong, it's gonna suck. You can make a bad stone house as well. Just because it's stone doesn't mean it's gonna be better. One thing that is ironic is that I saw this in a comment on a video comparing the two materials. Ironically, it's the European houses that are more bulletproof. Who taught acrobatics? Was it someone in Balmora?
Why walk when you can ride?
If you want thicker walls and own the house, then just thicken the walls. Yeah, but it's easier to thicken onto the inside than the outside. And if you thicken into the inside, then you lose space.
What say you?
I would like to add an extra layer of drywall to all my shared walls, though. Just because, you know, sound transmission.
What does the Argonian need?
There were two significant events to think about bulletproof housing in Europe. Yeah, but I think the houses were already bulletproof before that event. Those events occurred.
Yes.
Yeah, because they're just old homes. You got like a 400-year-old house. Every time you paint, you lose a little space. Technically true. You can just put up acoustic foam. Acoustic foam, like what's behind me, will not block sounds. To block sounds, you need mass. That's the only way it's going to work. Acoustic foam only helps with like reverb within a room, but it doesn't stop sounds from traveling through it. To do that, you just need more material, which stone would be excellent. Would be excellent for that. But stone also takes up space. Hang tapestries. They sell there's various materials. There's like double paned drywall that has like this special goop in between that apparently helps reduce sound. There's also stuff called Sonapan. But the biggest issue though is that the joists are shared as well, so that's going to transfer sound no matter what I do. But putting more on the walls would help prevent, like, vocal transmission. But, you know, it's hard to say how much it would work. It might be like a 10% reduction that would cost thousands of dollars. Stuff reverberates through solid stuff, though, doesn't it? Yes, but the heavier it is, the less it will reverberate, because the sound has to move more stuff. You need to build an interior wall that's decoupled. Yeah. And it couldn't be. Because this place was one building that was turned into 2 units. And also, I was looking at the history. This place was rotated 90 degrees. The whole house was rotated 90 degrees, like 100 years ago or something. Like, why the hell? Why do that? That seems expensive. What? Yeah, they lifted the house and rotated it, and then put it back down. They did that with an entire city blocks in New York. Buy your neighbors out to reduce the noise to 0.
Sorry, stranger. My time.
It's not really even that big of a deal. It's just, you know, they have kids, and sometimes their kids... I think sometimes they have other family visiting, so they bring their kids, and then so, like, for that day, they're really loud. What did that accomplish? I don't know. I think it's because the main street, the house faces the main street. But, you know, 100-some years ago, it didn't. So.
I'm waiting.
My patience is limited.
First the vision, then the conjuration. This is unsettling.
She can't teach me anything more.
Greetings, friend.
Go ahead.
You think you'll have kids, JBN? Probably not. It's not something I'm particularly inclined to do.
What assistance do you need? So what's this regarding?
Greetings, friend.
Well, you know. Opinions change over time. Who knows? But, yeah. Older you get, the less likely your opinion is going to change that drastically. I have nibblings, and I think that's more than enough.
Hurry this along.
Speak freely.
Yes.
Oh, just raided right near the end of the stream. Hello, Lever and Wool. Welcome. You never know, later in life you might murder an old woman and adopt from Riften. Yeah, that's always a possibility. Is there a release date for Poison Song? There is not. We're just preparing for it, so when we jump into it, we're not going to be woefully underprepared. I think we're in a pretty good spot right now, though. Our long blade's a little low, but that'll level up as we do stuff. Really, Restoration's, like, probably going to carry most of this. Could use some more Magicka, though. There might be... probably find items to boost that up in the TR areas. Oh, the Boots of Peace! There's the Ring of the Elfborn. This is our training arc. Our hyperbolic time chamber. Our hypersonic lion tamer. Our gravity room. Yeah. Is our acrobatics at? 35. Giant building in Indiana was rotated 90 degrees in 1930. Yeah, but that one was done like very slowly because they couldn't stop the work that was happening in the building. So they like rotated it gradually over time while people were still working in the building. There was also that other building that was had a catastrophic flaw in it that they had to repair, but they also didn't want to announce it. and make people panic. So they had like rogue repairmen come in every night to make fixes. Or like architecture ninjas just coming in floor by floor.
I will listen, Outlander, but make it quick.
I should ignore the old man in mime I saw at the bus stop. Yeah. What do you think, inconspicuous old man in mime?
You have something to say to me?
I used to think that Android, was it Android 19? Wait, which one's the... Yeah, Android 19. I thought Android 19 was like a different form of Chaozu. '19 was the fat one. Yeah, 19 was the mime.
What is it, friend?
A different form of what? Chaozu. Both based on a Chinese stereotype. Well, no, Chaozu is supposed to be a hopping vampire. A Jiangshi. I think that's what they were called. I don't know about the Android. There we go. A level. You're not talking about the phone. Yes, the Android 19 was based off of a vampire. I don't think you can install Poison Song and keep a character from previous patches. Ah, but you see, I don't have Tamara Rebuilt installed on this character. Nah. And if not, then we could just console command changes to make it mimic this. Are you gonna play Poison Song then? I'll turn it on once it's released. So the reason why they don't recommend you updating it on a save that you've already played on is because the update might change some stuff you did and there'll be collisions. Do I have 138 skooma? No, it's just fatigue potions. Dragon Ball Z level of combat in the Elder Scrolls. Punch somebody. Play Battlespire. Battlespire, you punch enemies and they go flying. Or you get hit by a spell and you go flying. It's really fun. You'll love it. It doesn't make playing the game obnoxious at all. Might still have issues with if TR overrides things like Ajira's dialogue, but you've already interacted with her. Yeah, but it doesn't... You can turn on Tamriel Rebuilt mid-save. I think it's updating that causes a problem. TR, we always recommend a new character. Oh, well. If there's issues, there's issues. If there's not, if there ends up being issues, we'll just copy this character with the console into the Poison Song. Because at least that way we'll have like specific numbers, so it'll be like the same. Worst comes to worst, you go into Poison Song with a fresh character. Yeah, but I wanted specifically to avoid that. What you're doing should be fine. I meant a new character compared to the save on old TR. I see. So don't bring an old character on old TR into a new update with TR. Yeah, because you can install Tamriel Rebuilt's mid-save, right? Have you heard of Lantern of the Laughless Saint? Yes, I have. We played it yesterday. It's pretty rough. The sound mixing is in a bad spot. You attack a skeleton and the bones scream in your ear. And also, regional sound effects don't seem to work well. Like, everything just sounds like it's right next to you. Especially the ooze wizards. You know, I was getting kind of a Kenshi vibe from Lantern of the Laughless Saint. I don't know why. There's something about it. It just had like a... I don't know. I think it's because some of the enemies are humanoid. And in Kenshi, a lot of enemies are humanoid. But they all like look like weird humans. Kenshi now or release Kenshi? Now? I didn't play it on release. Kenshi's very Morrowindy. A lot of people say that, but when I played it, it doesn't play like Morrowind. It's just a deserted landscape. I really need to get into Kenshi and really play it. I'm so scared because the last time I played it, it kept blue screening my computer. But I've upgraded several parts of my computer since then. I think if I stream Kenshi, it'll be like, if I blue screen, that's it. That's the stream. I feel like Gothic 1 felt more Kenshi-like in some parts than Morrowind does, especially the swamp. The Kenshi swamp and the Gothic swamp kind of felt similar. I guess because they're both swamps. But they also had, you know, I was smuggling drugs in Kenshi. Kenshi felt Gothic-like? Yeah, whatever. The guy who made Kenshi was working on it for like 20 years. Might have started before Gothic even was announced. It was like 12 years. It's gotta suck working on a project for so long that the technology evolves while you're working on it. Forever project like Zomboid. Does Kenshi still get updates? Or are they just working on Kenshi too? Engine was out of date when he started. Yeah, why doesn't he just use UE5? Tainted Grail is made in Unity, not UE5. Maybe that's why all the dead bodies collapse into themselves and get covered in Vaseline. Say those words, UE5. UE. Subnautica 2 is in Unreal. Wasn't Subnautica 1 in Unity? I think I prefer Unity. I don't know why. The new one's in Unity too? I thought it was in UE5. Yeah, the Saint was UE5. Yeah, Laughless Saint's UE5. It's got the same run animation as the Oblivion remaster. Nautica engine. You're telling me that the AI overview lies? Subnautica 1 and Below Zero are both Unity. Well, yeah, everything I'm seeing here is saying that Subnautica 2 is Unreal. UE5 has a specific feel to it in terms of lighting, color, and texture. I did like the lighting in the remaster. I will give it that. Thought the lighting was pretty good. And Satisfactory was in UE5. And Satisfactory runs pretty good. Although I've tried playing Satisfactory again recently, and there's this weird glitch when you sprint, you get a single like ghost frame of your hand that's all like contorted, just like right in front of the like just quickly like a little flash of it. It's very strange. When it first came out, they said it was Unity. Yeah, I think they transitioned from Unity, like early on. I wonder if they're going to fix that ghost hand bug. I turned off the frame gen stuff in Satisfactory, and it still happens. So I don't know what's up with that. But I mean, if Satisfactory does prove that, like, if you know what you're doing, UE5 can work well. I think it's one of those things that's very easy to use wrong and like make shitty. You know, ultimately, it's just a tool. And just because a lot of people use a tool wrong doesn't mean the tool's bad. Are we done with the era of developers making their own in-house engines? I don't know. I mean, engine work is really difficult. And then you have to do a game on top of the engine work that you did. I think a big part of it also is not using like default stuff. Like in Lantern of Laughless Saint having the same, what looks like the same run animation as the Oblivion remaster. Well, and one benefit of using like a market, or like what would the word be? Using a third-party engine, is that You don't have to if you hire somebody, you don't have to train them on your specific shit. It's like, oh, we're using Unreal. You have experience with Unreal? Awesome. Commercial engine. Yeah, there you go. So like they don't have to spend as much time training people, and they can just have developers working on the thing. Which is a benefit, in its own right. I didn't know that Unreal was made by the Fortnite guys, the Fortnite company, until somewhat recently. Maybe like a year or two ago. People say this game is Morrowind-like. What do they mean? I don't know. Because all the Morrowind-likes people say aren't actually Morrowind-likes. They just kind of have a similar vibe. Maybe. Or they have big mushrooms. People say Dread Delusion is Morrowind-like. It's not like Morrowind. It just has big mushrooms. And it only has big mushrooms in like one area. Although Dread Delusion does have a clockwork king that's making people disappear. So, kind of Dwemer. And there is an ancient civilization that vanished. Which is separate. So, So many of the Morrowind-likes people mention aren't even Scrolls-like. Like, they don't even play like an Elder Scrolls game. If we're talking just purely gameplay, then Tainted Grail is probably the most Morrowind-like game because it's like an Elder Scrolls game. I had a nightmare of puking up one of the gray ones about hand size, so now I delete them. I'm sorry? Ancient vanished civilization with advanced technology is hardly a trope Morrowind invented. It's the first time I saw it, so... What about Mojang Scrolls? It was so Scrolls like that Bethesda sued them. Yeah. Oh, puking up mushrooms. Oh. Sounds like how Souls-like has become combat with dodging, when that's not the thing I most associate with Dark Souls. Yeah, the thing I would associate most with Dark Souls is the inability to save. You can't reload choices because the game is constantly saving. And yeah, I think that's like the main thing, honestly. It's you have to commit to choices. The big boss fights as centerpieces. I don't even know if that's necessarily it. I think a game can feel Souls-like without having that. It doesn't even have to be difficult. Because I remember when I was playing Fallout Survival, it felt like a Souls game because it was this constant need to like make it to the next safe place. You know what I mean? The beds were bonfires. And you couldn't quick save and quick load to, it's like, oh, I made a mistake. You had to live with your decisions. Only difference is if you died, things didn't stay dead. Well, I think we're good for today. I almost forgot to save. So I got to work on the Battlespire video. It's been taking me a minute. So no stream tomorrow. Then hopefully next week, Poison Song. Hopefully. And then we'll use this character for Poison Song. In the meantime, make sure you get your daily allotment of GMOs, gluten, seed oils, and yelling at lighting techs. Okay? You have to bring proof next week, so keep that in mind.